All right, cool. Okay. Right. So let's get started. I need to be this much smaller. Let's go and open the to-do list. Oh, just a sec. Am I live? Yeah. And Vim to dev and to do. Cool. So today I really need to. It's the 17 live I'm doing for GameHangar, and I know I didn't spend so many hours for each one of these lives, but anyway, I'm going super slow with this. I know I had to set up a new Vim, and I kind of rebrushing my Golang, and I'm not a Golang developer with years of experience. I have a few months of experience, so I'm going pretty slow. But now I want to speed up a little bit more, because it took me forever, and I want to go a little bit faster on this. And I believe one of the problems was also the testing. Understand how to do the mocking. I never really done properly the mocking part. I'm using the library Testify. Now, I think we have to do, which is missing, and it's gonna take some time again, is to create a dependency container injector and provider. At the moment, we have something very basic, and it's not going to work as it is. Container dependency injector provider system, right? And I kind of want to do this fast, but it may take some time. And I had an idea how to do it. First, let's see what I mean about this. Where is missing? This component is right now missing. It's partially done. And it's recover. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I had some thoughts yesterday. So we at the moment this app container, which is the container, the concrete implementation of the container. We do have a basic container done on the package level, and it has just logger and shutdown. We probably don't want to add more stuff than that, probably. We may actually, but let's go back. And I started to split the interfaces to have be more composable, so a component base, and then we embed this interface into the other. Should just work. I'm not sure about this. Now, let me just describe what is the idea I have and what is the problem. So let me just explain first what is the problem. At the moment, we are not even. Let me say what I have here. It's a wolf error. I don't care. At the moment, what I've done was a few things. Two components, right? Two entities, let's say. One, it's the repository, and we have two of them. Then we have service. We also have two of them on the Auth module. Likewise, in the account, we have one repository, one service. This is just a placeholder. It's going to go away. But yeah, for now, we have repository and services. At the moment, a service just require, the repository has almost creates no real dependencies, at least at constructor level. As you can see, there is nothing. We do injection of the database on each method. That's one thing. At the service level, but there is no dependencies. At the service level, the only dependencies we have are the database, which could be a transaction or a pool. It's a connection, DB connection, and the repository. Easy. So it's really one level dependencies. One thing, one dependencies, without calculating this, right? Because this is like a database, but I don't even count this as a component of something that it's like a global thing, right? This is an actual component that does something, but there is one level. Now, with the account of service, however, we reach a problem. I need to do, because the way it's going to fail when it's going to compile package service. Here we have a problem, because this Auth service is going to need all these dependencies and possibly more. The account repository, the credential service, the provider service, which both of them needs their own repository. Okay, so each of them will have their own dependencies. Plus, we need Auth service. So we start to have a multi-dimensional dependencies, and one thing depends on another, and potentially this could grow. Now, what is the solution I was thinking? I started to think yesterday, but it's not enough. As I said, I will divide the interface into smaller components. Because now this is just the interface of the Auth module. We're gonna have one of the account module. That's one thing. By the way, the account module depends on Auth, but Auth at the moment should not depend on any other internal module, application module. Anyways, then I thought, okay, we now create. Oh, but it's gone what I wrote. It's fine. So let's eliminate this. I don't know. Okay, let me write this back. Right. So this actually was wrong. I need to fix it in a moment. But the idea here is that the provider repository will have this method, will have a database connection as parameter, as pointer, right? A pointer of this. Why a pointer? Because this allows us to pass a nil. Thanks to this, if it's nil, then the container will create the service on demand with the default pool. Else, whoever calls this function could give a transaction, and that should just work. This one thing. But this is not enough, because the problem is, okay, but now I need to create the Auth service. And what do? I pass the container to it, the whole container, and then it's going to call this function only? Or could I make the container a global singleton, accessible everywhere, anywhere, and you just call the methods? The problem with this is that we start to kind of strongly couple the service with a container. He has to have knowledge of the existence of container. Then I'm thinking, okay, let's maybe just reduce the scope of knowledge down to a single function. And this may not be complete my idea because it comes from Python, and probably there's other dependencies injection framework and library working like that, like this, in this way. But instead, we provide a function which is going to be an abstraction or an interface to say, okay, to the constructor of the Auth service, because as a dependencies, he needs these dependencies, and it's going to be a function that we provide. And this function then it just needs to know how this function should not have any parameter except possibly I think, yeah, possibly at the moment just not the transaction, which again it could be null, because everything else the container should know how to build this. You should know the dependencies. So it's a dependency chain, right? So to do that, here I need to search how to do this. I need to somehow, when I construct this, tell, okay, well, this is almost kind of it, right? We say as a reference, we want this to be an interface. And so we could give any concrete implementation of this repository, provide a repository, right? The problem is that this actually is an instance, as so, right? We do forget this, but we have to build a new instance of this struct, and we pass the actual instance. Instead, we only need to hold the concrete what do we need to hold? Do we need to actually, now I'm thinking, because here we called it. Okay, let me think this through a moment. Either I need to give the actual concrete let me think this through. Anyway, the only part. So let's imagine that this is going to build to have reference of the concrete struct. And so once you call this, you just have maximum 1 or 2 parameters that depends on the thing that depends on. So in this case, the Auth service could pass the transaction. No other parameters. For example, let me explain it a bit better. Not the credential repository, because for example, the account Auth service, I don't want the credential repository. I don't want it depends on the credential repository. No. I want it depends on the credential service. And now the credential service, however, let's open. The credential service needs a connection and a repository. So it has dependencies. So it's a dependency chain. But what are we gonna do? We pass somehow this function to the constructor, something like that, okay? Actually, it's going to be the container constructor function to say, oh, provide a new credential service and down to the Auth service. It's going to call this function, which knows how to call this. And the only thing we can bring up at the moment is, and probably only that, is the transaction parameter, which could be null. Not here, but it could be null in this new function that I create. Since it's null, it's going to give it the complete pool if it's null, else the transaction, the account service pass. Here's the catch. The container knows how to build this. and we'll have in this case the reference. So this is what I mean. We do need to have the reference of the repository, right? And repository in this case could be a a singleton, but this is just happens. We don't know if this is going to be a singleton or not. It will depend. Some things can be a dependency, some things has to be built dynamically again and again. Why this can be a singleton? Because there's no dependencies. So it could be created once and it won't care. Here's the catch though. This means for testing, because I'm thinking testing. In theory, if this works, that everything should just work fine. I don't have to create a new app container for testing, which is going to be the complete copy of this. No, we just have to have a new method like this. So this is what this only function. It's defining how the container is built for real with concrete instances of things. So not using abstraction. Everything is going to use abstraction. This is going to use concrete methods. And so we just need to replicate this on the test. We do it once. I'm going to do it on a test unit package. That's it. It should just work. I do this once. I know it took like 15 minutes to describe this, and I probably describe it very confusing. Pardon-moi. But it may just work. I do have now that you see, that's why I'm talking. I'm doing the puffer duck, the rubber duck technique where I'm talking with the rubber duck. I don't have a rubber duck with me, but it's fine. I have Vegeta, so yeah, this is Vegeta. The Vegeta technique, but yeah, I have a doubt there. We'll see. Let's just do it. So for now, I just focus. I need to fix this because we do need this provider repository to be a singleton and to be created. Why? Because at the moment I have internal cache. Right, when this is built, it's loading a provider to keep it on cache. So it has to be singletonified. Perfect. So these changes should be just formatter, because I updated since I started this project. Now, I removed this here, but identity of container now has the provider service, and so it should just work fine. I'm not sure about this. I'm not an expert in Go. I may just need to read how interface embedding works, which is this. I'm not sure if that's the same as the struct in the embedding, which I know a little bit more about. Where this, let me just see what I did yesterday evening. To do, I don't care. Let's actually open the get diff here. Diff with a small d. A small d. I'm not sure I'm able to read this properly. So we added this. Because I'm used to read the, JetBrain or VS Code or diffs. Okay, this is just with fuck. This is the same. This. close this split. Perfect. Next. Okay. Let's see if the test works. Okay. Let's do a checkout. Before we move on, let's see. So we are here. That's good. I just want to describe why I'm not doing this, and I want to keep it as a reference for later. It's going to do a strike through. Perfect. We'll create smaller and dedicated services for common account from just instead. Is it saved? Container dependencies injector. Yeah, blocked here. And this then after this is done, I want to do very fast with this part because I'm taking I want to finish this today and have already also all testing, and possibly already have a lot of Postman calls and do anyway end-to-end testing. Okay, good. So and I do this in a different branch because yeah. Okay. Ticket commit. Just push. A new branch. Let's push a new branch. So to remote. Pick one thing. I need to fix the zoom over there. 1 sec. It's too double for now. Okay. Let's see if hopefully it works. Nice. So let's just do it. Actually, I want to check if this still runs. Make run. And on the to-do, a call. Come on. Perfect, it works. Stop the server. Okay. I think I want to start to build this from the least dependable. No, the least dependable component, which at the moment is the provider repository. So we are good with this. Let's think. I may want to keep the signature. Let me think if I can already also use this straight away. We go to the API controller. See here we just create account service as is. This is really bad. But the controller has the container. For now this is not going to change. Don't complicate shit, I think. I'm okay with the controller having most knowledge of things. Wait. Now. let's use it here. I want to get... Actually, first of all, do we log anything here? No. Let's get the logger. It's going to be container logger. Register. Yeah, listed by username. Called no. We'll actually keep this log. I just want to see that the container works, you know? Username, payload, username. F7. We want to actually use with the hot reload. I just want to also copy this. Maybe I'll use this as well here. I didn't copy it. What the hell? Yeah, no, copy the entire thing, man. Come on. Okay. Close. And if I do up, okay, perfect. Just wanted to check. Right. Does it log it though? Yeah. Perfect. Fantastic. We may, for now, put it to the back. I will see why you should remove. Just use it. Next, what I want to do. Let me this. Oh, okay, cats. Let's just delete this swap. I still don't understand exactly the swap thing, how it happens. What's the issue there? Right. Let's now provide provider service. This is actually not what I meant for now. So just copy this, inject it in here, save, hot reload, perfect. Now, I want to get the provider repository, which is going to call this function, and should get this guy. So let's just do this. Let's close some random shit. We don't need this. We don't need this. Controller, container, controller, perfect. Provider repo to do remove this. Alright, it's going to be C container. Aha, that's the first problem, you see? Because what's happening is that here it knows about the package container, and we want instead this identity container. Yeah, identity container. Is that correct? Let's copy to this old word. This may fail somewhere else. Container. And this is going to be container. Right, it's getting the container. Yeah. This seems right. Yes. So let's keep going. This is a string. We're going to use fmt string f sprintf. Repo, and I believe we can do value. Why don't see the log now? Is it saved? Okay, let's start this again. See if this is logged. Restart it. Hold on. It was working a moment ago, wasn't it? What is going on? Why this thing was not failing? Oh, it did fail. No. But why? How it runs? I have no idea how this can be. How it's able to run the service afterwards. Anyways, I think it uses the pre-built package that was built before, because it was not able to build a new one, I think. Good. I was expecting this error, by the way. So it's all good. Yeah, indeed, the API router now complains. Oh, fuck. That can become... I may need to open cursor for this. Let me open cursor. Come on. Let's see if it doesn't blow up my memory. No, I shouldn't. Yeah, I need cursor. Okay, so like a few days of working near Vim, and it feels so weird not to be in an actual normal editor. This. Right, now, let's describe the problem to, yeah, my trial ends, so I know. Yeah, I knew I could have done this. Hold on. You can cast it, right? Let's see if this fixes it before. Oh, why did it open two? Just one. I need to remember the syntax. Okay, hold on. Cannot choose container, blah blah blah. Oh, wait. Give me the suggestion. No. This is just let it speak. It's just the syntax, man. It's dot. I think you can like infer the interface. It has to work because otherwise, how you do anything in Go? Let's try that. Opa. Okay. Let's call this C. Right? Container and to container. I want to do that. I could have just tried. Yep. Is this how you do it? Let's see what AI says. It's fucking agent. No. Fuck, what to do? It's agent. Now we change shit. That's why I don't want to use this. What is doing? What the fuck are you doing? No, I don't want to. It means nothing. Gee, I can't. What he did now? Why is it stop everything what you do? I think I can stop. Undo all. Who fucking touched the thing, man? Ask. Just show me how to infer one interface to another. Okay. What is trying to do? Maybe it's correct, but so I was doing that. It's doing this. Is doing this in a higher package, which maybe is correct, maybe not. In Go, you don't infer interfaces from each other. You compose them by embedding one interface type inside another. Unnamed field. Every concrete type that implements the outer interface must satisfy all embedded interface plus any extra methods. it's fucked. Okay. Now, this I want to see before run if this gives any type of right, because we passed the container, and I don't want. Okay, let's just run and see what happens. Panic interface conversion container app container is not container identity container missing method provided repository. That actually is correct. Oh, hold on. Maybe because it's not pointer. Want to ask the very smart AI for this they change. I don't understand why they changed so much the interface here. I want to ask also, there's no anymore the option to put ask as default, at least when I checked a few weeks ago. When running SMD identity main go. Let me try to understand better. So, panic interface conversion, container app container, missing method provider service, and that's correct. And we don't want that for now. We just keep it here for reference. And it runs. So see that what the AI was doing earlier, it was to me weird. Maybe it's correct, while I don't think it was necessary. Let's see what it says though. Let's see what it says. So anything cross cursor by, thank you very much. And let's carry on. So yes, and we have the repository. Beautiful. But yeah, maybe I do need. Okay, let's ask the AI here. In Go, how to stringify in a cool way a struct so that its fields are visible. I think it's a big V, I think, now that I'm thinking. Let's go back to controller. Let's try the big V. Auth reloader. Cool. Let's see what are. Oh, for seeing exactly what course is. Yeah. So with a plus V or a hashtag. Yeah, we don't need all this. It's a plus V, what I was looking for. So the big V also, it's like Maybe it's the same thing, huh? The capital V is also good. Right. How to get struct name like Python plus name. Learning stuff. Learning. I need to use reflect. Okay, no, thank you. So, recap. This works. We have a container, which is an interface, and the interface is able to get. Says in reality we do use app container, then it uses this, and it's able to call what we gave, right? The actual concrete, meaning that we just need to implement on the test again this function as I said earlier. Here we have the connector. Fantastic. And we don't want to. Well, for now we expose the connector. I think we do, right? Yeah, so it's fine, let's just skip it. Good. Let's save checkpoint where we are. So the smallest, and we need to have a provide function for each of these components that we have, for each thing that does something. So we need to for repository, for each repository we need, for each service. And we need to start from the thing that is as less dependable. That is more, more outside of the business logic normally. So if you follow the hexagonal architecture, more on the outer skirt of the hexagonal, which is the infrastructure. Repositories. We did provide a repository. Next, we do the credential repository. Just open very quick. There's a difference between provider and credential. Credential, we want to build it on demand, but this is something that who depends on the credential repository, like the credential service, does not know, does not care. He just requests what he needs. So we do need to kind of use this. Let's split this. We go to the right split, enlarge this guy, and then we go to the container. Sorry, I need to go back to the test. So, because the test is what they're gonna show one part of what we have to do already. When we say new provider service, we inject the things we want to inject, which are mocked things, into the service. In this case, a connector, which is a mocked connector, and the repo. And the repo is actually a mock repository. Now, and is not using the new maybe this is also what I'm doing wrong, by the way, because let's go to the new service provider service. It needs a repository. It needs a repository interface, not the concrete class. That's correct. But I'm thinking maybe this is not correct, as this shouldn't return an interface as well. Let's give it a shot to the AI again. I want to see what it suggests. Because I'm thinking, if let's just while the AI is let's just do what I'm thinking I want to do. So instead of returning the credential repository, let it return the pointer to this interface. I think you can do this, right? Okay, that's fine. Because it's an interface, we don't want a pointer. So this function at the moment returns an interface. It does not know the concrete, color do not know the concrete thing. Function. Let's do test all, make test all. Everything works. No, I don't want to use auto reload for now for this. This works. So what I'm thinking, because of this, how are we going to... Oh, what is this? Ah, right, because I'm here. Let's go back. Minik. In here, we need to have a provider. Well, okay, with a method called credential repository, whatever. But here, what we need is the instance of a function that has this signature called, and we have to call it credential repository provider. And I know, unfortunately, this collides with our provider name. It's fine. And since it's got to have the same signature, here on the constructor, which is what we want to change on the test, we say, no, you use this new function. On the test, we're going to use a different function. They give us a fake one. Now, let's go to AI. I go back here, so I want to explain to the AI the problem I'm having. And see what it comes up with. Can I speak instead of... Not urgent. Should do a plan. Let's do a plan. Just see what happens. Container. Credential repository. Can I speak? Can't. Oh, let's explain. to agent. No, agent. No. Don't fuck things up. Let it cook. Let's see. Because even when you ask things to the AI, the things that you know, because it's like you're talking with someone, sometimes you get ideas, right? So it's just good to, even if I have an idea how to do it, I think my idea also is not the greatest. So I want to see what we can do. Don't build an issue. Anyway, this was super fast, huh? I think Composer 2 came out. Fuck, I didn't use it. I should have used this. Let's read it, then I want to check. There's one thing. How do you save this? Okay, yeah. How do you save? Every time I forget how to do this. Save to workspace. Plan version 1. So I just want to commit and see how it evolves. Dependency injection. Let's read this aloud. Providers in Go. How this differs from Fast API. Fast API revolves. Let me zoom a little bit more. Did it work? Just a second, I want to check one thing. Reads good on YouTube. Okay. Fast API resolves depends per request using introspection and builds a graph at runtime. Go has no equivalent built-in. Common approaches. Composition root idiomatic Go. One place constructs the object graphs in dependency orders. Everything else receives interfaces. Your identity container. Okay. Nested depths are resolved by constructing leaves. Nested depths are resolved by constructing leaves first, then parents, and that single place. Indeed. Explicit provider libraries. Google Write compiles to them, which are the closest to register a provider function container figures out arcs. I don't want to use this, but it feels interesting. Your idea. Stable provide style methods on the container. Only the roots constructor changes for test, matches the composition root pattern, and it's a good fit. Perfect. So at least I'm not totally crazy. The AI agrees with me and it's good. Recommended shape for your code base. Keep consumer-facing API as an interface. You already pass the AI container and cast it in API route. Extend the pattern. Handle errors and services should depend on small interface. Yeah. Okay, I credential repository not up container were practical. Oh, okay, I got the point. Okay, so just instead, this is actually good. Don't do. So don't have the entire identity content. Is that what it says? Yeah, okay, fine. Yeah, I don't want to split more for now. But it just says that follow the same pattern. Instead to have the entire identity container in... Oh, no. Sorry, it's right. But because for now, right, it says this, for now I don't know yet exactly what I need. It's fine. But the idea is that instead of have the entire interface of the container app, which is, this interface, this app container really implements this, not this. This is included, right? It has smaller interfaces, and this just uses smaller interfaces. But for now, no. We're not gonna do this. App container holds pre-built depths. Methods only return them. Production. New app container loads config. Opens DB, calls new provider repository, and stores interface types on the struct. Each provider is a method like provide repository, and provide a repository that returns the field. Tests never swap these methods. They swap what was stored when the container was built. Yes. 2 clean ways to avoid duplicating test new app container logic. Okay. Define identity depths or use functional option. A separate new production identity container. So here is still the option to how. So you could have the dependencies in a constructor as a struct. And then you have this just having as a parameter these dependencies. So if it's production or test, it doesn't matter. You just change the identity depths. That's a good idea because you just have to define on the test the field. So the problem I have with this. So you don't rewrite a new app container. You just have a struct with all the mock fields. The problem I have with this is that I may need to do some more. Maybe it works. I will see. To construct a new app container for production. It's not really what I need now, but it's a good idea. See, that's what I want to ask. Nested dependencies. There is no magic results unless you add wire dig. The rule is, unless you are one of these two, the rule is one function, production helper or wire injector, build A, then B. Then C, B, exactly the same order. First step will refer by written explicit one. Optional, closer to fast API semantics. If you want provider function that declare dependencies as parameters, like fast API, while you write function Let's explain this. Testing. Aligned with your goal. Unit test for handler services. Inject a mock in the entity container or mock repos directly, no real app container. Integration. High-level test, new app container with FactDP or mock repos via abstract. You don't need to implement every provided methods for test. Are all dependencies and application lifetime signature? Yeah, indeed. Okay, next let's read. And I'm using Composer 2, which is new. In Go, an interface type is already a small pair, type value. It can hold any concrete values that implements the interface. You almost always pass and return the interface value itself, not a pointer to it. What repository provider means something that implements those methods. A pointer to an interface. A pointer which targets the interface value. Yeah, indeed. So that was weird. Let me fix this right away. So I think the issue is in here. Let me ask one thing. Okay, I remove the return interface, but now a question. Does the concrete struct return a pointer and therefore a copy of the struct? This could be a problem. No, you don't need a second copy of the reposition. If the concrete type were not a pointer struct, if it was not a pointer, then interface data. So this is Go basic. I remember this stuff. I just didn't really use it and I forgot. So anyway, if the provided repository was not a concrete, then a pointer, then the interface data is that struct, or a pointer to a copy on the heap, depending on the size. You could get a copy behavior, which is why receivers and repos are usually one shared mutable instance cheap to pass through interfaces. Summary: with pointer concrete repo behind I provide a repository. Returning repository provider does not duplicate the repo struct. It duplicates interface header, which points at the same concrete. Fantastic. If I go here, to check this in cursor. Is a pointer. Good. Perfect. Next, what I wanted to ask, something related to the plan. Because maybe I didn't mention this, is my fault. I didn't mention that I do need a per request resolution of some of the repository and services. So not all of them. So I need both, like a singleton. And in this case, the singleton is the provider repository. The provider repository is good as is. I don't want to change. What I do want to start to implement is, example, the credential repository. And actually, even better, hold on a second. Let me open the provider service. If you look at the provider service, it needs a DB connection. Okay. I then will have another service. In this case, is going to be which is not created yet, is going to be the account auth service under account modules. He will need other services, but when it creates these services, it will pass a transaction. That's why I need not even per request, some provider function that I request this. I only want to pass optionally something, okay, and it will build on demand a new service. And when it goes to the container, it has to know how to build everything else, because the service. So account has a dependencies on the credential service. The credential service, and so it will create on demand this credential service. The credential service requests a new credential repository, so it's a chain. Please change the plan. I'm using Composer 2. Let's see what it cooks. Sometimes it's also good that you don't give the full context, because you may have a different idea. It may give you a different idea from different perspective, and then right. Let's see the answer. Here's what changed in the plan. Your requirements now explicit in the plan. Singleton provider repository stays as it is today. As it is today. As it is now, maybe. Singleton provider repository. One instance. Okay, yeah, good. Scope credential repo plus future account of stack are built when you have a database TPTX, pull or a single transaction, account service composed credential service, which uses credential repository. They all share the same transaction. That matches provider service. It's already text. Yeah, indeed, I did that. Yeah. Did I just do that yesterday? Yeah. Yeah. And take the BZDBX as the optional scope. Handlers that needs a transaction do a scope. Methods on app container versus scope. Object that expose account or service and behavior. Scope of this. I don't know if it did what I... Okay, I need to read everything again. Let's go. Let's save. Saved. Mix lifetime, your actual requirements. Singleton app lifetime. Yeah, okay. Not changing the plan. Ticks scope credential repository and upcoming account module services. They might use the same transaction. Either the pull connector for non-transactional work or a single transaction when the handler starts the transaction and passes the handle down. Provider service already model space. It does the transaction returns an interface. Reads can use the pull. Anything that must be atomic with account a credential is the transaction you pass in. Provider in Go. Equal explicit factory with a scope argument. Fast API resolve depends per request automatically in Go. Yeah, I don't need automatic. It's not going to be automatic, right? Optional explicit scope. The caller passes the transaction. No hidden globals for scope. This I'm agreeing with this. Container knows the recipe method for app container on a small wrapper. Construct the chain on order. Same functional bodies in prod and test. Test swap only new app container, wired, singleton, or pass a mock deep. Yeah. Example chain, what you described. No, it's not this. What is this? Oh, no. Okay, it's upside down. So while I'm having the account service, it will need a provider repository, which is done. Credential service. It builds the credential service, but it needs the credential repository. So it's chaining up. The only thing is kind of not correct is this. It's really here and it's only passed here. Because this, it's called by methods. Okay, credential repository, typically stateless. Yeah, it is. Factory character interface each time, same concrete type, but every method call uses the DB you pass into the service repository method. Indeed, the important part is the service are constructed with the whole use case. Auth, count Auth service, construct XDB to depths. Two equivalent API shapes. Methods are a method, methods on app container. Note, if credential repository is stateless, credential repository needs no DB. Only services that cross over DB needed. Repos that don't hold DB stays trivial singletons at type levels. Alignment is all calls for this request use the DB. And in reality, I didn't say this, but this could be singletons, right? B. Scope handle nice when many transaction scope dependencies exist. Type identity scope. It has the container. This could be the root one because what not to do unless you really want magic. Strictly, yeah, fuck that shit. Why dick? No, still, I don't want this. Testing. Small note on current of a container. It should provide a repository, returns repository blah 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 interface value, not a pointer to. Yeah, fix that, right? And destruct field is blah blah blah. Resolve to qualification. Need both singleton and tscope. Okay. Right now, both methods A and methods B. So methods A is methods not container, or the methods B, which is the scope handle, would fix what I'm looking for. Please, I don't want to use wire or dick or any external services for this. I want to implement it. Now, while methods A is exactly what I had an idea for, I would like you please to describe a little bit better methods B, the scoped handled method. Could you give me an example, a more concrete example? Show me the whole bit more code, please. Not the whole code, bit more code in order so that I can implement this, please. I have to say that the recording it's much better than ChatGPT at least, or even the Google one. I actually didn't use Google AI listening. So anyway, I also was thinking something like that. Oh, but oh fuck, it's already. I thought it's already doing. Okay. I was thinking about the scope because that is the closest you can get, I believe, to the with statement in Python. So you just have a scoped thing. But let's see. I'm not sure. Okay, it's coming from start from here. Expanded the plan with a concrete blah blah blah. Open the plan. I updated the plan so method B is spelled out with real looking. Go struct. Okay, blah blah blah. Transactional handler example, a test example, and a short note on optional memorization and why you'd use a pointer receive if you cache. Also aligned the doc with your choice. No wire dick. The wire or dick to do it. Okay. Thank you. Core idea of method big. One database transaction is fixed on identity scope. Every factory method. Yep. Look at the difference. If you want this next. So let's see. Transaction scoped provider. In Go, explicit factory, no wording. Everything is plain Go. Struct, constructor, methods, or not container, or a small scope type. Example chain. Credential repository stateless. New credential repository turns the same shape. Method A. Factory account. Every top level service needs DB signature. It's not exactly this what I meant, but think, but dbtix. Okay, it returns this. This is nice. Align with your real package name. Stateless can. Oh. Hold on. It's stateless. Illustrate the name. So now we don't. Optional memorization within one scope, usually necessary for constructor Earth ship. I don't know if this is. Yeah, because this shows. I need to understand one thing though. I'm just so I'm looking at the method B, and I'm just a bit worried about the low-level pieces, because I don't understand why you use stateless. Doesn't that mean that maybe I'm wrong, but for example, is the stateless credential service method, will it use for each request the same s.db, or for each time in a, let's say in a register HTTP, will it create different? So imagine you have millions of requests coming. Each million requests will get its own scope, and when you do the accounts, each provider will get its own DB and connection, or what? How does it work? Because I'm a bit worried about this. This is beautiful what he did, by the way. So I have an example. He contains scope. By the way, it's not gonna be the Auth handler. It's going to be this guy starting a transaction, but and then I just realized one thing. It misunderstood one thing. Once we build the Backend-as-a-Service, maybe though it's better to do it this way, because I was thinking to do the transaction at a certain point. Okay, let's see. Yes, this distinction in plain terms. What status means and what does it not mean? Stateless applies to the credential repository type. It has no field to store DB. Request to share does not mean every request shares on global DB. Why? What does DB per request? Each handler on each request does something like. Yeah, that's. Let's save this to version 3. And I want to ask one more question. Perfect. I think I got it. This will work. Now I have another smaller question and possible improvements. So for now, do not change what we got so far. It's good. But let's. I'm just asking for now. Let's imagine. Actually, one thing. Let's ask without asking the plan. Can we do this while keeping the context of the plan? We have a lot of context possible to use. Perfect. So right now, this will work. Both method A and B. The only thing I did not mention is that I may need, and I don't want to do it right now, I may need a slightly different implementation, because yes, the account of service has dependencies on the provider service and credential service, but I don't need the credential service to be built at construction. It actually should be built within one moment, a certain moment of when I call a method of the account of service. Why? Because during this method, when it's processing, I'm just going to use the normal DB pool. Then inside the account of service, not inside the controller, I open a transaction. And in that moment, I need the account of service to have a reference of the credential server provider to tell, yo, provide me a new credential service with my transaction. So what I meant at the beginning, and I didn't mention this properly, is actually, yes, I need methods to be providers, but in the case of some components like the account of service, I need to pass not the concrete instance, but the provider method, so that it just can call it on demand. Let's say, because maybe it's wrong approach. I want to see what it does. But so far what it did is pretty good already. So I'm asking him with the ask, not with the plan. So it's not changing the plan because I like what we have so far. What you're describing still fits the same idea. Indeed, A, B, you're only changing what gets injected into and what not. What's going on wrong with the build everything is scope? If you construct blah 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 with scope, the credential layer is tied to the pool from the start. You want A, most of the method uses pool. Inside the account server you begin, then you need to credential maybe. So the account service must hold a recipe, not a single per bound credential service. You got it. Actually I need both, but inject a factory. This is what I need. This is what I was thinking. The type credential service factory. Credential service. Okay, we call it factory, not provider. I like that. Better, because we already have the name provider in the app. Implementation declares to the writing, blah blah blah. Hold up container and call scope. Works, but push the whole container into the container. Yeah, indeed. If you want to account service only, depends on how to get a credential service for this DB. How to relate to method B. And then the scope is still the right implementation of the factory, while one set to root. So method B is not everything built. If a call must be C uncommitted credential rows. Yes. Is a need. If a call must see uncommitted credential rows that calls use provider service, actually I do have a question related to Postgres and the reason why I need a transaction. Now, first of all, is it true that it's better? So I actually need two instances of the credential service at the beginning of the Auth service process, where I need to check if a credential exists. this not in a transaction. Then I open a transaction, and then I create a new instance of that service with a transaction. And before creating a credential, I actually need to create an account and then get the ID of that account, which is not committed. And then with that ID not committed, create a credential. And if everything works, then I commit, else I do a rollback. Now, 2 questions. 1, is it true that it's better make a transaction smaller? So it's the reason why I'm trying so hard to open a transaction only during the creation, after I make sure that there is no existing credential. And B, how to get the ID of uncommitted account inside a transaction and pass the ID to the credential correctly. Thank you. Very cook. Great. 1, is a smaller transaction better? Often yes, for the right reasons. Shorter transaction usually mean less time holding raw tables, cheap read, was burning transaction, but shorter does not by itself guarantee correctness. But it's fine. Okay, actually, we could have open. So let's say that 2 credentials could be created inside a transaction of the same. But I believe once you commit it, one of the 2 would error out, because Postgres and most my SQL databases are ACID. So I think we're safe. But perfect, it's done automatically, because you can install the credential account before commit on commit both become durable together. Perfect. Foreign keys, as long as the account row is inserted first and the credential referenced, usually immediate if foreign key check is satisfied, because Bottom line, you split the read outside transaction. Transaction wraps account per credential is a solid shape. Keep the transaction as small as correct. Perfect. I need to go 5 minutes pause and come back and we start to implement this. Perfect. So let's implement this. Let's set the status of. Right. I'm thinking with the B. Put in this different file. Let's call it scope. Okay, back. Actually, let's go to the left. Let's just go to the container. Go to the left. Package. Container. Type. Scope. It's a DI. China. No, let's call it scope. Struct. Up pointer to up container. DB database dbtx. Let it import. Okay, let's start to cook. Actually, no. This has to be. Okay. The app container has to identity container. Yeah, let's do it here. With it's going to create it's going to return a scope. New container. Logger shuts down. Just on top, you do F. See pointer to up container with the B. Because remember, I have different things on the scope. In this case, it's with DB, the database dbtx, and here we can do if DB nil DB equal connector, right? And then we do return scope with the container itself and DB being the DB. Got it. Here it does have a method. I'm not sure if we need this for now. Low level. I need to do another modification. Okay, now I just noticed that everything looks amazing, but there is something we need to change. I want to implement method B, but what we forgot to do is right now, if you look, actually both method B and method A, they are calling package level new, like auth repo, new repo credential repository. It's not really, because otherwise, how do we, unless I'm saying this wrong, hold on a second, I'm saying this wrong. Why am I saying this wrong? Yeah, no, it's correct. Can I? We need to have the container keep reference of how, what's the new, hold on a sec. I'm a bit confused here. Why I'm not getting this right? There's something is missing. I think we lost the pattern there a little bit. Does he understand what I want to mean? Maybe I shouldn't have talked about Fast API, because now it tries to be like Fast API. Damn it, I wanted to start to do some coding. Something is wrong with this pattern. What is wrong? The factory functions. I don't see this. Hold on. What? Hold on a second. I don't see this change. What am I doing wrong here? Sorry, I still see that the container and the scope both are calling the package level new function. Instead, I think those should be just references that are fixed into the app container struct field, and so that you can switch which actual factory method it's being called. I'm not sure, because it seems so tell me with this way, how am I supposed to just look at what you've done, okay, and now try to implement on it a unit test with the mocks? How would you do it without changing how it's being done right now? Actually, let me check what you did. New test container, blah blah blah. I think it's because it sees the provider repo and it does not understand that I need more stuff in the container, and it's not done. Check it. Return the missing container had factors function. Ah, yeah. So you did was something. This is what was gone. Exactly. Let me say that before reading all this crap. Oh, up. Right. No. What are you doing? No. What the fuck are you doing? I click something and this fucking thing started to. Wait. And then build is very. Shut up. What it did? No, this was me, right? Let me check what he did, just in case. Let's go. At 1% RAM. Get status. Get diff. Should be good. So I stop it on time. Okay, I just want to. App container. Okay. And here you just like switch with the transaction. And it still forgot that I said that. Well, because I said in the chat, not on the plan. Method optional 10 Europe. There is stuff I don't like how he's doing things though. Or maybe no, maybe it's good, maybe it's good, maybe it's good. Let's... Okay. So, let's carry on now for real, like, come on. Let's do directly this credential repository factory. Let's do this actually. Let's do this because now these are singleton. So we also need to rename this something else. Provide a repository. And share. Okay. Let's create this quickly. Up container if is C credential repository it's nil, we create a new one. This should fail, but let's try it anyways. No, I want to. Need to be here and move to the. What is this? Router. We don't need this. We don't need this. Credential. Provider. Controller. No, it's further. Yeah. Okay, so we didn't create a repo. See, container, condition repository. Okay. Give me the credential repository now. Then logger info cred repo sub string repo cred repo fmt printf Not sure if there was auto reload. Ah, I failed compile, huh? Is not container in the container. Missing method with be. Fair enough. What? App container is not container identity container. Missing method with the B. Because it's not reading the parameter and therefore it thinks that I'm not implemented a interface. DB, come on. Junk. And then we do junk. Remove this. Let's try to build it again. Nice. Oh. Provider repo. Another exception. Runtime error. Invalid member address or nil pointed difference. Okay. Credential repository, container 113. Perfect. Well, I was expecting an error, so we really don't have this functionality. Going. Check, does this return so it does, but here we also, let's do this already. We will restart it. Provide a repo. Create repo. Does it mean there's an empty interface? It's calling this. I think I have to use the baguette a little bit. No, I need to do space D toggle breakpoint. Here, toggle breakpoint. Let's stop this. I think it's F5 run identity. Okay. What's this? Where am I? Damn it, where am I? Need to still learn. Oh, okay, I think I'm here now. Still need to learn how to use all of this crap. Create this guy. Look. So now C. Oh man. Okay, we have it. So I didn't click. Okay. No. Let's close all of this. Okay. What am I doing? Controller. Hold on. Am I stuck there still? Where am I? Why it's stopping? I think I don't know how to use the debugger in this thing. Okay, next. Next. Why it's not working? Locals. Hey, okay, so oh, but because it's God, I think it's correct. And just stop all of this. So toggle it's F9. Oh, but no. F9. F9. So I think it's correct what it prints because there is literally nothing. So if we go to the controller, what can we do? Try to get something, you know. Get credential by provider. Let's try to do cred error. Red repo. Get credential by provider. We pass the context from the request. DB is going to be C container DB. So it's good handy just to have this just for debugging purposes. Provider ID is going to be 1. Credential. Test 1 to 3. Provider and credential. Oh, what is it doing? In 64. Why? What the hell? Let's cast it into in64 provider ID, just in case, right? If error is not nil, logger error error will get created. Red. Just temporary all this crap. And then I think I need to cast it to a string. Why is this thing not formatting as it should? Well. Should format, but does not. Anyways, okay. Now this should. Okay, let's do a warning because I don't like it looks like we're panicking for something. We're not panicking here. Restarted, perfect. Provider repo, blah blah blah, code repo, we're getting credit. Results not found. Fair enough. But what we're gonna do now, I'm going to cd to cd. Let me go to this other. Make Postgres shell. Connect to identity. Select all from account credential. Provider ID. So let's try this one. It's provider 1, credential. I should see a result. Perfect. And I'm getting the value from the database. Fantastic. So, now, recap. It seems that we did nothing, but actually there is something going on here. From a controller, I'm getting from a container the credential repository, which is a function, from the interface. The actual implementation is this. It just, in this case, we want it to be a singleton if it is not created. So it's kind of lazily creates it on demand. If it's not created, it creates it. And how it does, it's another function, which is only, and I repeat, only being declared inside the new app container. What does this mean? It means that now I'm able to, when we create the app container, just knows that there is a factory of some kind. And when we can inject the factory itself, meaning during testing, we only need to create this. And as the AI suggested, we may even improve, but the app container does not do this stuff. It you just get, we have to make a struct of dependencies, and you pass the struct to this function, and it does the only one thing. So for the test and production, we only have like a configuration. That's it. But I'm taking, it's already 3 hours I'm doing this, so I think I need to hurry up a little bit. That's a good point. It's a good point. We are. Okay. Let's make a git status quickly and commit, because it's better doing this in baby steps, right? GameHangar. Add all git first factory implemented in container. Now let's just repeat. We need to speed up a little bit. We need I know it's gonna create a lot of functionality in a container, but I mean, somewhere a bit of crap has to happen, right? And to be quite honest, for now we don't care about the scope too much. We should make the same with the provider repository, just to be consistent, right? Yoink. For now, I just want to make with what's it called? Comment divide. Yo, why you do this? Why? We have to use provider just to make it known to the world what we mean, but it's not this provider. Maybe saying this, it's an overkill, you know. Okay, let's go. Now, let's do this then. We need to rename iProvider repository. No, we don't. Let's not. Oh fuck! We have to do it. Of course, we have to do it because this is hard-coded. We don't want it to be hard-coded. Is there something though? That's fine. Let's do it. I will thank later myself. I know this. So maybe a little bit overkill, but who cares? And it's not the best having this function loading something from the DB. But we're doing I'm doing a lot of over-engineering already, so let's keep it as it is. On exported method log should be on form. Didn't I delete this? Didn't I delete this? Why you do this? Oh, I know the why. I need to keep one space so it does not think it's a comment of the method or the function. Good. Just quickly, I'll make test because sometimes I'm not doing it. Make test of. Did I break something? No, it's all passed. Now, let's call the method. All good. Fantastic. We have this done. Quickly commit. Git status. Git add. Git commit. Provider. Repo factory. Let's do all repository first. Next. Do this now. I keep forgetting. How to NeoVim. How to start to use a. I'm using NeoVim. How to find and replace a text in a file. File. Not file. Come on. In NeoVim, the most common way to find and replace text is using substitute command. Okay, perfect. So let's do that. Anything that comes from module auth has to be renamed now. Auth repo. Oh, what is this? Right. Oh no, I need to. And then I need to do duck %s alt hold on a second. What the fuck is doing? No. Common variation. I think I need to do this for requesting it to update. Let's try this. Oh man, it's not what. Oh, fuck it. Okay, forget all the mess I did. I will learn this later. Oh, I need to do GC. Okay, so let's do this. Percent old repository. No, what the fuck are you doing? Okay, so here is just is visualizing what it will change. It's not actually replacing it. So let's just not look what's happening on the text file because it's fucking scary. Old / new auth repo / g. I don't know what it does. What is G for? Let's learn. Okay, G is for global, C is for requested to update, and then do update. Right. Replace it with auth repo. No. This one, so I'm on top? No. 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 Yes. No. No. Yes. Yes. No. Why you did that? It's not scrolling down. Oh man. Quit. Let's do this again then. Because it couldn't, I don't know why, I don't know what, okay. No, 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 yes, nope, nope, yes, nope, nope, yes, nope, nope, and I don't see now what the fuck am I doing? Yes, I guess. Fucking hell, nothing works, huh? Right. God, you gotta put Let me try again. So this is scrolling, no? No, 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 no. It's not scrolling. It works, but it's not automatically scrolling when the text to replace it's higher than what I can see. It's not automatically scrolling the page because I have long text file. Why? Maybe it's just an error of some. Just quit, man. Quit already. Why it's not? There's something wrong. Maybe because of the split. Let's close this page. Let's try it again. No, 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 no. And I don't see what I'm doing now. Oh yes. But what am I? Ah, up and down is. Oh, maybe there is an L. Oh. What? What are you doing? Let me see what they are saying. In your view, the reason your screen isn't automatically scrolling is for the first match when you type blah blah blah. It's likely due to how the in-command getting is configured. I don't want to change. There is a L of last scroll. What does it mean? When adding the C to as confirmation, I see a L option last scroll. What does that do? I'm telling you, like learn new Vim without AI, it's super long. It would have been super annoying. New Vim presents you with a list of single letter choices. So probably I press L's randomly somewhere. So let's just do this again. So it goes up. Can go down with Control E. So let's go down up until here. Can I go down now? Ah, it's Control E. Oh, comes here. Right, my bad. Sorry. So I want to learn how to use this, huh? Yes. No. Yes. Nope. No. Yeah, replace this guy. Replace this one. We go down. It's actually... Right, I saw something weird. Alright, we're at the end. Yes, no. No? Yes. Quit. Okay. Save. I think we're good. Nice. That took some time. And let's restart this. Perfect. We have a request and we have successfully loaded the thingy. Then let's do a quick test and commit. Baby step. Renamed repository Auth repo in container. That's all. Perfect. Split. Go to the right. Now I have opened another instance of new Vim, so I don't have to how to say, play around so much with fucking the screen, because I'm also zoomed in. So, and this one actually gonna show what I'm doing. So. But I just neo Vim the shit out of this. And then let's open a container. How many folders? I think it's not super. And here I'm going to open to see the next thing I want to create, the next repository. So module by module. Auth. Repository. We have credential provider repository. Yes. Provider and credential repository. Next on the Auth. No, let's do repository first. Account repository. No. Service, because this guy. No. Account repository, because he has no dependencies. Right. Yep, it's the same. Oh, I need to fix this then. Let's do it. You know what? Let's account repo. GitHub. Yank. No, yank until the end. No. Yank till the end. Perfect. And paste this. Remove unnecessary. Okay. Perfect. Why? Why jumped here? What the hell are you doing? The fuck just happened? Do this again. Let's do this again. Jump to this side. What the hell? Why jumps back? So I misclicked. Yeah, because we don't use an interface. Yep. Why? Cannot use stop pointer account repository as what? We have an error. So the create cat. Let me check this in here. So the create account. Context DB. So I need to return a pointer string. Good shit. Now we are good. Kind of. So we can go back to where we were. Here. And now I need to actually... Oh. It's a bit... kind of a lot of work to do, set this up, but I will thank myself later, for sure. Okay, so, and this is the interface one, where external will interact. Account repository. We save, and now we need to implement this. Okay. Done. We have a 3 repository. Next, service. The less dependent service is the provider service. So we go here. What does it need? Duck. Let me check the cursor notes. How does it show to do this? Yep. So we'll highlight this thing. I don't care that comments may be unrecommended by some developers. I'm a solo dev, so I can decide by myself, right? Yeah, we don't want to do this for services because I don't think I want any of them to be a singleton. I'm pretty sure. Provider service factory. This can be just an idea. No, not this idea. Before do this, let's go back a bit. I want to do everything by baby step. Yet not. Yeah, anyway. Still good. Container factory repo factories implemented. Yay! I have an idea. Also, these functions should be like an interface, right? Like a. Does it say that to do this though? Does it recommend? It doesn't matter. Yeah, because then it's going to be super lengthy. So let's just do that right now. It should work. It should work. The same way how. I need to ask. Just asking, just in case I'm not getting the syntax right. Yeah, this is perfect. Easy. Yeah, this is reformatting because when I wrote this, I didn't have the formatter set like now. It's still fucking long. But not that as long as the other. Yeah, I'm only declaring this there, right? I can't use it here because that still work. I could call this a little bit smaller, but let's pretend we are a Java developer. Copy this guy. Go here. Saved. Go back. Okay. Does it compile? It compiles, returns. Run all the tests. Happy days. Created factory func interfaces or types, but I see them as an interfaces, I mean, as an abstraction. Now, yes. Now, finally, we can go services and start to do the services. Hallelujah. No. Here. So yeah, so do the highlighting. Cursor. We need provider service. Look, I'm going to do that change here on the right, otherwise or maybe this smaller, less zoomed. So okay, type provider service factory. I'm just going to have this. Actually, we need to return oh, this one does not have an for the services. I think I don't want to use the interfaces. Let's try like that and let me regret it later. So I copy this guy, func, right? And now, Auth repo. We don't have this. Let it error out. service, no services. Oh. Please open this. Okay. Ask him, I think. You can do that. Yeah, you can't, right? Just sit out too far. Yeah, fuck it. So I need to copy. Pretty much just what to do. I'm just copying a signature. Missing return, but this is warning is gone. Right, so here, Auth service, new provider service. Am I wrong in this? I mean, I'm not. I know I'm not. Yeah, because it seems like waste of. Like we're doing the same thing, right? So, but it will make sense in a moment. All of this. So a lot of configuration going on, but after I will really thank myself because yes, because everything is gonna be hooked and plugged in so nicely. So. a lot of configuration going on for just this, but okay. This actually is wrong. It should go to the account container type identity account containers interface still compiles. Anyways, aside of that, what do we want to do? Provider service. Right, so then we go here, func c, come on, up container, and here we're just doing, right, am I wrong with this? So, provider factory. No, wait. Because I need to. Yeah, I was. It was this one. Just the return type is wrong, but it does need this. But since, and actually I want to use this straight away from the, to see if it works, from the controller. Because I want to pass a nil. And if it's a nil, that's what I wrote yesterday evening. We do this. Finally, after hours. This was the idea. If db is nil, then db is equal connector. Yeah. And so now we say, indeed, this is correct. We do need to. Let's think to. Yeah, not enough arguments. Perfect, you're right. I just wanted to test it. So we pass the db. And repository, that's where the magic comes in. It's fine. Dependencies. No, we don't need to make a variable, I think. We say C provide a repository. Now, will it complain? It does not, because it returns an I provide a repository. And if we go here, it needs this. It needs the same. Now, just for fun, let's see if we copy this guy and we replace it with this. Will you complain? And it does, and it's amazing. Perfect. Yeah, you cannot use it. This is a compiler error, so it's just gonna blow up at the build phase. Perfect. Finally. So now I'm just repeating this with all what we have until now, and it's better to do it now than. But before go forward and commit, let's test to see everything hooks up properly. From here, I go to the controller, and let's go. Yeah, let's go here. provider service container. Provider service. Yeah, let's ask if a provider is enabled. And what I'm expecting, I'm not passing a interface, a transaction, but it should just work. So what action I'm expecting, I'm passing here nil. That is able to get the default connector and just work. Is username Auth enabled? Provider service. No. Provider service. Is provider enabled? Context source type. String. Context. Username. Hold on. Checking quickly what let's open this guy. Source global username, type username. Yes, it works. It's just a little bit annoying that we need to pass a nil. Who cares? Who cares? It's true that even it's fine. But it's fine. It's fine. I'm happy already with this result. Because now I have a lot of things to configure because I need to start this from the beginning. But now, for each component, I just need to do few addition. It's a bit annoying. This is gonna grow. It's going to grow. How many lines we have? 178. But it will reduce a lot of code elsewhere, and the testing is gonna be super easy, or easier, at least. So I think I'm happy with that. I'll take the win home. So test, and we continue like that. Factory for provider service. Which one thing? Next service. Yeah, we're almost done. Provider service, credential service. What does a credential service need? DB and a repository. So we can do this a little bit quicker now, right? credential service factory auth serve. Yep. Next. We yonk this guy. We're going to be faster with this. Oh no. Hidden. Fun. Missing return. Return auth service. New credential service. I'm thinking, what the fuck am I doing? Isn't this enough? We'll test it later. I don't need to create a new function. I just pass this. That's what was something weird what I was doing. Okay. Yeah, okay, it should work. Now let's do this little test in a moment. This little, credential service db database dbgx, a pointer to service credential service. Perfect. Very good. Now I'm gonna do something fucking crazy. Bit crazy. Oh. The card not used. Fair enough. Yoink. Good. Now swiftly we go here. I want to create and get a user. No, I should just get it because we're losing time. Cred service C container credential service. We pass nil as connection. here we do the same logic. In this case, we do create service. You can return us an account credential, provided a credential. What are we doing wrong? Yep, we just need. Perfect, it works. Before committing to go to next, I want to do a little experiment, because in theory, we don't need that. We don't need this. All of this is useless, right? The idea was wait, fucking, what are you doing? Taking more time than, okay. Let's do this instead. Lock. And we shouldn't call it at all. I think this should work. It's just a matter of replacing, when we do test, these functions with mock one, right? Oh, okay, but they need to behave the same, because now the function is an interface, is an abstraction. So as long as the function follows the same signature, so we don't even have to pass this shit. Let's see what we done. Much cleaner. That's why I was asking the AI, but should we need to write it again? Of course you need to, but we already have these functions. But anyway, let's not talk. Let's try to see if it works. Indeed, it works. So it's saved, huh? All right, the file is saved. Quick test. Oh, I commit anyway, so okay, fine. Check where we are. Credential repository done. Provider repository done. Account repository done. Credential service is done. Provider service is done. And now we need to do this, which is not implemented anyways. So I say we are good to call it a day in terms of the container. So this is done. See? It took a long time just to follow the idea. It's something else. Oh, we need to do the scope thingy. The scope thingy scope thingy and something else. Method A, optional the thin wrapper. Yeah, let's do the scope thingy. No. Before move on to the scope thingy, let me open cursor and have this in front what you wanted to look what you meant. So the scope has a container, the app container itself, so it's like references back. And the whatever connection we gave. The app container has a method called withDB, which it's called with a specific DB connection, possibly a transaction, and returns a build scope. And this is how it looks like. And we use the same technique to say if the DB is null, we pass a connector. Now, but really this is used when you actually have a transaction. You just kept it for reclean. This scope has to call. It should be used with services, not with the repository, because repository they don't. The caller decide when calling the repository which connection to use. So the idea could be similar. Just don't want to go rewrite all of this here. Let me think. Do I need to see? I need to now for H1. I want the scope to say, which is not gonna be exactly like that. It's just because we don't. Because I want to call this function, because this function is the one that has aware of which factory method to is implementing. So definitely it just has to call this for sure with the correct transaction connection. I'm thinking, is there a way to have this automatic? Or is the scope useless right now? Because the idea no, it's okay. Let's do it. Well, I don't understand why he's doing this. Is okay, yeah, fine. So it says not to pass as a pointer. I don't see other way than recalling this. The difference is copy. do this one. Well, if I'm saving much time here, but it's really just gonna say now. Return SC container provider service with SDB. Just copy to this func as scope credential service auth credential service return SC credential service ASDB. It's like a proxy, innit? Quick test on the controller. Controller container with DB nil. Cred service scoped. Scope credential service my cred error cred get credential by provider context int 64 provider ID credentials. Now I start to look pretty damn good, because look how clean it is. And then you just need to reference the scope, not the C container. No. No. What are you doing? Right. Fucking scope. Right. We'll start. Yep, it works. Fantastic. So, quick test. All services plus scope. We almost can mark as done this to-do, which was a big one. Honestly, I could have lost even more time, but except I would like to start to already make the testing part, which probably we're not gonna do it completely now, but at least to have an idea. We are in a container here. Good. Let's remove this. Let's open this unit setup. Or should in a mock? I think in a mock. This now. Mock DB connector. Just want to open this temporarily. So we are saying we have different mocks. I would say do them in a set. Oh, okay, there is a function missing function. So I just want to restart. If we go to a service, test. The way right now, the you see what it's doing? It's doing this. Are we happy with this? Am I doing something wrong here? So we have yeah, okay, I'm just getting confused about one thing. If what I'm doing here is even necessary. Because really, what I need to mock for now is probably the connector. Something is not right. Oh, it's correct, you see? It's just that... We likely also don't want to like mock too much the services. The services are good to be okay. Let me explain what I mean. Because I'm confusing myself. And in this service, account Auth service, we need other services, which then they need repositories. Now, as you know, I will need to mock the repositories because these are like part of infrastructure in a way, and are connecting with external resources, which is database. Reason why I have integration tests for those. But the services, in theory, one could say, from the point of view of the account Auth, you should also mock each service dependencies. Because, you know, it could become an external service or whatever. Thing is that I don't think I want to do that to make things even more complicated and what's more complicated and decoupled than what's already are. So I think I'm just going to mock what's needed. In a way, you know, it's also good if we do a bit of unit test, integration test at the same time. Integration in terms that you, by doing account Auth, you're automatically also testing the underlying services. And yes, you may have double tests, meaning that when you do an account Auth, where maybe we don't do a lot of duplicates. What I mean is, like, if the you're gonna have some, because what I mean, in the credential service, there is a create account. Let me see if it's right what I'm saying. Let's very quickly to go to the credential service. Credential service, first of all, what APIs does it have? Create credential type username and get credential. Oh yeah, it's just one function. You just create it. We can create a credential type username. So the tests are testing, in theory, on the creation that no, not on the create, more on the, I wanted to check the get. No, it's still okay, because if here we are testing that the record is found and it does something. We're testing here that the record is not found. Now, once we work from this account Auth and we interact with the credential service on the first step saying, yo, does this credential exist? We're actually expecting on the happy path not to exist. So on the happy path, from that point of view, it's a record not found. And then it will carry on. On the record found is where we expect an error from the account Auth. So I'm just brainstorming. So maybe for now, partially the container was just needed to do this part. Sorry, the factories. The repository factory needed to have a hook, a reference hook for which type of factory we create, and not so much the service. But still, it's done, so why not? What I mean, I know I talk a lot, but what I mean is going to be, yeah, and it's exactly what it does here as well. Pretty much all of these are pretty much these are already done. So it's the same as in production, only this one is the different one. Just a second. Okay, cool. I go for a little break now, and then I keep doing the test part, or maybe the test part we can do it for later. We'll see. I have to go for now. See ya. So, what was I doing? The testing. I was looking at testing. Did I touch something here? Yeah, I did. Okay. Okay. And I was looking at this. So we're looking at the credential service and how it's creating the mock. So we have mock repository and the mock connector. You know what? We did all this stuff with the container. I realized that when we will create the account service, hold on, am I? It's better use the a container anyways, I think. So no, because you can just have a mock function, right? Because at the end of the day, just try to put a container. It's easier, just easier. We have a pattern here anyways, as you can see. We have a repo. It's mocked. So this is going to be the function mocked. That is going to replace the container. One. Actually, you see, we have a logger, blah blah blah, and on the you're doing a setup, just unit setup. As you can see, we have to create a logger, and we do this because we don't create a container. So we may just do this like container just by test. Let's do this. Let's do it. Okay, let's do it. Let's follow what I had in my mind. Am I in the container right now? Yes. So, what we're gonna do here, func new test app container. Okay. What else we need here? We need the logging. Provider. Let's see. So I'm doing this is going to be a functional moment, but I just want to check one thing. And then as a pointer, identity container, app container. Logger is going to be. I see a lot of problem there. It's all private stuff. I can't. It's not gonna work, huh? Common. Yeah, I see the problem there. So this is a pointer. for app dependencies. From now on to make a default one, and I'll show you in a moment what I mean. So we're going to pretty much just do this, copy paste. I don't see a better way to do this right now. Just the factories, I think. I'm not getting too crazy with this. Not sure I'm liking what I'm doing, but okay, we'll see where it goes. Let's keep doing something because I'm taking really too much time to do all of this. So, what's he doing? No. I just want to... Okay. So all exported. To do this copy, where is this being used? Dependencies, app dependencies. All of these just to keep all this stuff private, the struct fields. Yep. Right, cool. Let's see a bit where was I? I don't need this. Right. I want to ask something to the AI in terms of Golang, how to do this properly. I have a question about Golang and its best practices when it comes to creating structs. Now, I have a struct there where I need most of its field to be private, right? Not exported, so lowercase. Actually, all of them. And however, I want a way to, and this way, this struct has a new struct function, like a typical, and he has a lot of fields, right? For a unit test, though, I want a bit different fields. I need to kind of inject different type of fields. So one way is to recreate. Actually, sorry, I can't recreate the new function type on the test because all these fields are private and the tests are in a different package and I don't want it to be in the same package. Now, one idea is to create another struct which is like the dependencies, and pretty much this struct is a copy of the fields of the actual struct, and so we can pass that when I do unit test. I hope you understand what I mean. Please, can you tell me what is the best practice and patterns in Go when from the test I want to change the structure fields? Yeah. I don't know if you understand what I mean, because honestly I think I talk a bit confused too. Let's see. You're running into a deliberate design of Go. Test in package for external clients. They only see what they export. Unexported fields and helpers are invisible, so you cannot reach it. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Export a small type whose fields are the things called and tests are allowed to vary. New thing, config, thing. Okay, so I can just do the function option with it didn't. Let's just do that then. I'm gonna regret it later, but let me regret it. So, app dependencies. For now, it's just a copy, almost a copy, because we don't have like the repositories. We have the factories only. Now. Come on. Let's go to the other split. I want to solve the container. So container. Okay. Oh, so what about... Alright, so... In this way we can do also the defaults pretty much. Credential repository factory. Provider repository factory.
Access granted.
Credential repository, with a credential repository, factory account repository, okay, provider service factory price. Right, it seems correct. So this thing is going to create a default production dependencies. So if the dependencies are nil, we assume our production up. We pass the production dependencies. Next. Yeah, by the way, I wasn't keeping the repository factory. Let's call this that's Not the best, but better than one. Provide repository, factory, credential repository, factory. It's going to be dependencies. Credential repository, factory. Yes. Error is not nil. As usual, we return nil. Just provide the repository factory. Why didn't catch this error earlier on? I don't understand. So recap quickly what I did. So on the new app container, now I added app dependencies, which are pretty much almost a copy of the app container, but these are exportable and not private. If we don't pass any dependencies, we are assuming that then we go in production, and so all the functionalities here to create the default concrete classes are in the create production app dependencies. And it does this here. Now this is going to fail at build time, pretty sure. Fantastic. Because yeah, he has not enough arguments on the run.go. This is expected.
Access granted.
And we want to pass nil. This is just as more reformatting. Let's try it again, and it should work. It works. Let's make a request, and it works. Good. Now let's go close this. Next, what we want to do on the setup. New test identity app container. We want to create really an app dependencies. Need to some dependencies. No error. Okay, let's set no error. Fine. No. Let's actually not return error. I want to fail. Let's do this. I hope I don't regret this. If there is an error, well, did app dependencies? Yeah. Too many? Import require. Perfect. And then we can return. So this is gonna fail the entire test. We should not carry on because we do require no error, and then we return the container, which should be already a pointer, right? It is. Now, before I move on, I wanted to do one small thing. The fix. On the test. Let's just say prefix. Fix. But doesn't object do this so we don't have to repeat ourselves in case we need it. Up prefix. So it's text testing. Provider repository factory. So this should fail now when we give it to the app dependencies. And it does. And here is the thing, here's the catch. I want to go to need to check one thing on my calendar, a sec. Six o'clock. There is a meeting. Well, let me see. What was I saying? Okay, yeah. New provider repository type provider repository factory. Emox. What am I doing? Can I do? Ah, wait. Check one thing. What the new function returns. Is the pointer? Yeah, it does return a pointer. Come on. Oh man. Alright, let's see all the errors. Yeah. I know there is a better way to do this, but in Vim, or well, near Vim. But for the time being, this does the trick. Yes, and it works. Now, so let's start to replace each one of these tests. I'm looking at the provider service test, which because uses how many tests we have here. Okay, so I think we need to open this once so that you can see the. Come on. You can see the changes. What? Right. That's a bad thing of the new Vim. Maybe there's a way to do a force reload, but oh man, now I lost everything. Where is it? Right, no, let's do with this session because otherwise. Provider service test, right? So what we say is no. We pass the testing library. And here instead to do, we are saying we remove the above. And we say, see if it works. don't know. Am I getting crazy now? No. It's not good. No, I don't want this. Close. It went slow. That is not good. Saskia. Tracing impossible test, but okay, so I need my test to import test unit safely. What's the best way to handle this? How can I do this? Because the test unit needs stuff from the package of my application package. So what can I fix this? It's not good. You're running into a Go specific role. Yeah, thanks. I know it is. Oh, hold on. I was thinking this, but I think I2 is the answer, but I don't understand it right now. Can I? By the way, I wasn't. Right now, I think it's too small now. Split test unit, so mocks don't pull in container. Right now test unit setup. Leave next to mocks and import container. So any package service file that imports test unit hits the cycle. Keep mocks. Let's temporarily just add them another mocks here. Mocks. Let's go to setup. Copy. Also, we want to comment for the moment for reference. Close this guy. Come on, it's all there doing this. Okay. See if it works. I don't know if he liked what I just did. Make test unit. Failed. So it's still. Let's close this because I'm going crazy. Let's use cursor again. Still I don't understand why it's not. Fix it here. See if it is. Yeah. Yeah, do it. What the fuck is gonna unify? Talk about. He's almost there to finish this thing. Come on. You're on the ask, right? Oh, you're right. Yeah. That's bad. No, I want to keep the provider test. I want a unit test for anywhere in my package. Call setup, and it will create, a test app container. I want a quick solution. There must be a better way to do this. That's not good. Let's try first solution, service test. Well, found package. Found another solution. I'm thinking there must be another solution. Like I don't care. Like I want to find another solution for this. This is absurd. I just want to do testing. It's one day. I'm trying to stop the testing for this. You don't have other. Okay, they fall into. Let me find one. They fall into a few buckets beside package test. Break. This it's not good practice, and it will complain with the go list. What is for? Put new test identity app container in test unit identity. I want to find an elegant solution for this. Think. What can I do? It's not possible, man. Yeah, I cannot import anything. Container. That sucks. God damn it. 8 hours I'm doing this, man. Well, 7. That sucks. Why didn't the AI tell me since the beginning I could have gone into import cycle? The whole point for me was create a container in this way, especially for the testing. Of course, this could be solved. No, it's not gonna be solved, man. Well, the problem is because so I cannot. Well, a second. If we do implement solution 2, making a package called service test, I do need to create a new package for it to work, right? So it should be another directory inside the service directory. Question, and I'm okay with this. Question: Is this common and good Golang practice? I know that Golang practice you should have test along the test near what is being tested, at least for unit test. But what if these tests are inside a folder? Like a folder called tests even, right? And then similar to, I believe, like, React does that. Anyway, in a JavaScript or TypeScript world, you can have a folder called test, and that's for the tests. Frankly, I'm not even too fun to have test near production files, but who knows? It depends by the point of view. It's not a big deal neither. Do you need a new directory? No, the usual approach is to keep. But yes, I need, because otherwise they're gonna complain, the linter. In the same directory, provide service, change the first line, change service test to fix import, blah blah blah. Let's try. Oh, that's it. Maybe he is right. What the fuck? Why is he not telling me? No. Wait. Yeah. Why account? It's obviously Auth. Where is the... And fix simple, so your reference to the code under blah blah blah. Go allows mixing in one direction some files packaged other. Okay. Is package for this common goal? Yes, it's normal in the standard library and a production call. It's the standard way to avoid port cycles, exotic case, test only port API. Still keep test next to implementation. So it's the. What about the test folder? Possible and idiomatic, but for small unit test. Okay, let's do that. Okay, I changed the package to service test. However, if I see the provider service.go still have an import cycle, but still import cycle. Why? My brain is cooked at this point. What's going on? Why is it? Provider service is not part of the problem. I mean, You're right, sorry. It's still failing though. Why is failing? now my brain is cooked. What is failing? Also, I'm not a fan of the tests, of the way the tests are, because why need to scroll up to check what's failed? Fair enough. Now it was my bad. I haven't fixed the imports. Yeah, this one. This one, yes. Good boy. Good boy. Yes. So I'm cheating a little bit here using cursor, not NeoVim, but yeah, it's 3 days I'm using only NeoVim, and I never cheated. So let me at least once cheat, and it still fail. Just fucking fail, panic, mock. I don't know what the return, because the method was. Let's close all of this. I think it's the other problem. Right. And it's saying, I don't know what to return. Let's try to use cursor to do this, need to be faster. I don't know what to return because the method call was unexpected. Yeah, I think. Yep, I think this is actually something I was thinking while doing. No, wait, no. Yeah, sorry, it's correct. Let's do this. Ugly, I don't care. Var is production let's see if it's true. Yep, so I was thinking that actually that when I was just doing this change, that we don't really want, because what was happening different than usual is that I was loading the repository. In this case, during the test, the repository is a mock, so it does not know what to do. It doesn't have knowledge of these load providers. Now, let me change something quickly because, and I will go now back to NeoVim. But let me just use a bit the normal editor for a moment, because I didn't buy yet that. I guess with NeoVim you can go really fast once you really know the keyboards. But you really need to spend a lot of time, man. It's like mouse. Years using the mouse, it's faster. It's not beating that. Okay. Once I run the container, I want to do it here. I want to load it on the run. Right? Container. Provide the repository. Beautiful, maybe. So we do remove this, because this is very ugly. It doesn't make sense to do load providers inside a container. It's unexpected. Singletons. But this is actually incorrect because there is always singleton, but are loaded lazily, like such as the the repositories are actually singleton. Once you're created, they won't be recreated again. Where is it going to? Okay. Now I saved everything, yeah. Let me run again the test all. Failed. Is it a rank condition or what? What the fuck? How did it fail? I don't understand how this is possible. Well done. What? How? What? Maybe it didn't save here. What the heck? What did it change? Okay, my brain is officially cooked. Okay, fine. Let's just quickly see what changed. We don't even provide the thing. Okay. Fantastic. Another thing I want to do very quick to have consistency, and we do it now without thinking again too much, is all these tests. So if it's true that we can do package test, and honestly I like it more, let's do it for everything right now, right here. Yep, do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. And frankly, I am not feeling bad using AI for this. A little bit, and a normal editor. So Testing on my side. Fails. How it fails now? Now it fails again. Is there a flaky test? I don't know. Women changing. Come on, AI. Why are you not suggesting? Yes, do it. Oh, fuck. Sorry, I have to do this. Not the best practice, but I want to test this quickly because, oh man, it's not good. Come on. Okay, service package, service test. Yep, thank you. Wait, fuck you, are you? What is this? Why now you're complaining? What? Huh? Why this works then? I'm going crazy. Oh, is this low? No. Why does it give error? Ah, but it's actually a controller. Hold on. Auth API controller. Go is complaining because two different package numbers. Oh fuck! You're right, man. Why the? Yeah, completely right. Sorry. Because this is not a test. What am I doing? Tap. Yeah, that was my bad. All right, so I think we got it. Thanks to some help here. Even 7 hours and 30 minutes. Bloody hell. But we did it. So now let's set up. The tester able to set up a container autonomously. Autonomously. And we actually need to fix this, but for now, let's do a quick checkout. Check its status. Add git commit test container plus test. Right. Look, let's speed up this using cursor a little bit for this to really finish this part, and then we can merge. I want to Auth. Step by step. Repository now. We want the services. I think I already fixed one test, which is this one. We can remove the thing from here. Make test unit. Works. So, in the same way how we did it, if it's needed, really. Is it necessary? Oh, hold on. Okay, this is done. Good. We only had one. Let's go to this service. I think there's not much here to do. So we need to do checks, fails, invalid memory address, good, because that's what I was about to say. We miss on the test. Where is it? I'm opening random shit here. Let's do it right now. New mock repository. So after this, we need to do the after this credential repository factory, which means we need to implement Oh, we already had it, mate. Come. Account repository. So we have the credential. Next, we need account repository factory. You know, there's a chance we don't. Model, I'm not sure we need to.
Hold on, let me take my time.
We do. We do need to do this. No, this is correct. Get account. This seems about right. And for now, these two, we're gonna be the same. We don't care. No, no, no. No mock, no mock. No mock. But also, let's hope this does not. I think it's saved. Oh, yes. Now we can call it a day. At least on this. Yep. This is fucking down now. Ah, back to game. Oh. Young one. Yeah, okay, it worked. Container. Ooh, man, it took a long time. Make test all. Before carry on, actually one latest test. So, thank you very much, Cursor. I really save my hours. I can compile and runs, and it works. Excellent. Final container with depth. This change took me one freaking day, but I will really appreciate it on the long run, and I will use this code in the future. You know, it's not like a total waste of time. It's not, even if it seems like, but it's really not. Okay, now come on, push. Am I out of memory? No, I have plenty, at least on the. Well, okay, muy bien. So now, going to my GitHub, GameHangar, and I don't have this. Yeah, there we go. Yep, comparing DI provider plus factory pattern plus unit testable container. Not in main, but into future, the infinite branch feature account root. Don't want to write any comment. I think that's explained by itself. The reviewers, I'm gonna add myself. Can I? No, I can't. Squash and merge. Let's go. Exciting time, exciting times. Oh, okay. So now we're going to git checkout, future, account one. Good pull. And we can carry on with the left. Excellent. Now we can stop. I can stop cheat with cursor, and I got with neovim, pretending I know what I'm doing. And so now that's where things start to. We can start to glue things together, and I should be able to accelerate drastically the development. To-do list. What is that? The to-do list. So now we can create an account service. We just inject all the dependencies. We're gonna create a simple unit test to see that the container works on the unit test. And then we start to implement. Yeah. Yeah, for now is accepting any secret, which is a string. It's not the. Do I want the Auth service? No. This Auth service, I changed my mind. It's going to be external Auth. Because first of all, it's going to be much easier for us to unit test now. Because once the create account receives the data, it does not know the password. I don't want to spread around the password. As soon as the password goes into the controller, it goes to the Auth service and, is going to hash the password, no matter what. One could say, I want to. One could say that during registration, maybe it's better to check if the credential exists, but who cares? It's a small improvement, almost unnecessary. So this means we can create this independently of this. Once we need to have, before move on to the controller, which is going to be the fun part. This is logic inside here. This is going to glue everything together. Hope this makes sense. So I'll take a little pause and we can start to develop this part. So we can create account service. Okay, so we have a repository here. So account auth service struct. Just remember name convention if Golang that you shouldn't put the name of the package because it's service, so it's account auth the service. Too late. DB database dbtx repository I credit account repository I account repository. Here we create a get account. Good. This is where this one is a little bit more deep, is going to be a little bit more complicated than the others. So for now, yep, we're gonna follow the same pattern. It's gonna return a pointer of account auth service. Right, then return a pointer of account of service dbd repository. It's now here's the catch though. We need the other we do need other dependencies, such as the credential service. For now, we don't do it an interface. It's going to understand that I want it. That's sad. It's not going to. Yeah, it's not understand. It does not understand what I want the package from. So I'm going to copy this word and put it here. Oh, actually, oh. Copy it. Copy it here. Yeah. We go inside Auth and service. Good. The other dependencies is the provider service. We put it here. Service, Auth service, provider service. For now, no, nothing else. For now, I don't know if I need anything else, so I need an interface or a type for the constructor factory function. Account Auth service factory. And it's going to turn this. Yep. Good. Now let's start to work on the container, so we don't waste any time. So we need the account service to be imported. Yep. Account Auth service. I think I want only the DB. I'm not even sure I want this, you know. Let's do it for consistency. Account Auth service. Yep. Oh, you know what? This, it's a different interface. Just wondering, will something crash if I don't? I'm expecting it to crash because the method is not implemented. Before go there, services, app container, account Auth service factory. Nope, I want account Auth. No, man. Auth service factory, man. Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, there's a few configuration to add one, as you can see, but it's okay, I guess. Here where we hook the actual concrete reference to it. Factory, yes, account service, new account service. New up the dependencies, account service factory, account. This is actually wrong. Accounts. Auth service factory. Beautiful. Almost done. Last thing but not least is this. So credential service. Let's copy this signature. Then we already move towards the actual signature function. Then we create the container function to get as the provider function. I copy here the function. And I can do the same pattern. If db it's nil, then db it's the connector. This is really cool. Hold on. Why? Oh. What is this really? My bad. Account Auth service. Perfect, missing return as expected. Now there, whereas things get interesting because provider service C provider service db then credential service C credential service I will do the db and then yeah, the repository. The full repository, we always call it full name, right? That's what I've been doing, by the way. Count repository. Yeah, what do we have? Oh, we have, yeah. Yeah, we have a count repository ready. And then we do return C account or Auth service factory. We pass the db, the repository, provider service, credential service. See what's happening. Compiler cannot use provider service variable as type. providers, everybody in Nakama? What? Yes, it is correct actually. I want pointers. I don't want to copy the shit all over the place or something. I think this is correct way to do it. Let's see. No complaining on this side. Alright. Seems no complaining, which is great. Service up. And we got a response. Fine. Let's close this one. Is this annoying? Good stuff. Let's test. Make. Should just make test from here. Make test all. Good. Am I happy with this? I think I am. Oh. Not yet. Not happy. One important the missing block, very important. So we need to see account of service factory, and a cool part here, I have nothing else to do. It should just work. So there is a bit of setting on the to do. Oh, I need to import it. Oh, hold on, let me copy the line. Let me paste the line here. Let me save this guy. It's not saving. Okay. Come on. Right, and then now we pass it to the app dependencies. Come on. Account of service factory. Account of service factory. Oh, it became so easy. Now, yes. Now I think I can carry on. Let's commit then. Yeah. Commit. Created account of service plus depth injections. Get to the good. So as you can see now, there's no more touchy. Yeah, there's nothing else to do. I think I can even close the container on the setup, and I just need to fucking do this now. Time came to do it. And that's fun. It's gonna be fun. Come on, let's do it. Come back in a moment. Good. Need to put the music on. Now let's get into the zone. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. The fun part. Punk. Service pointer. Account service register. I don't know yet exactly what I'm gonna return, so we'll see what I'm gonna return. First thing first, let's get a logger going, because I'm pretty sure we need a logger. Right? Right. Right. Oh, do you know what? Let's ask AI quickly one thingy. So you don't know what I did here with AI, with the app. Okay. Ask. In Go, I want to log the performance of a function, or I need to count start and end and plus elapsed time. I want it in seconds with max 6 decimal position. How to fucking do that? Actually, I could just talk to the AI instead of type it down. Ooh, that's fast. Composure 2. Use time now. I like this timed function. Tell me what I want. I'm killing or not. Okay, but is the time UTC? I think I said something really stupid. Because it's elapsed time. You don't need any time. It is in any time zone. Are you calling me stupid? Yeah, exactly. I say something stupid. Let's use this function. Let's use this function. Yes. You know what? It could actually be part of the. Opa. It's got it here. I don't see why it should be added somewhere else. Could be a function of the logger. I'm actually using the Zap logger library. I have a question. Using Zap, can I pass the log level as a string? And so that this is dynamic. Do you know what I mean? It's not what I meant. No, it's not what I meant. It's not the configuration. My logger has a certain configuration level. What I'm saying is, when I do logger.log, I normally do logger.info, logger.error. That's kind of hard-coded in the code that I want to do logger.info. But instead, what can I pass a string, and then inside it will decide which of these methods pass to call based on the string. If not, I'll do it, man, because it's so needed. You're looking for one called star, well decided at right time, blah, only it supports that. Yes, that's what I meant. So that's the level. Name. Oh, this is correct. You know, like I'm not doing anything stupid. Hell. Okay, so based on the first question about timed, how would you build the log using Zap instead? Yeah, I think this is pretty good. Would you put all information in the ZAP, like start, end, and elapsed, or just elapsed second is enough? Yeah, no, sorry, I like this because of UTC. It's really good, this one. So why not do it? Let's just do this. And elapsed. I like to do this. And sub start, right? Yes. Now we start to cook. We start cooking. Level R. We do zap core parse level. If R is non-nil, warn zap string level subcore info level. We pass the level here. Right. Too many return values. What? What are you talking about? Oh, right. Yeah, I need to return a func. Good stuff, good stuff. Then and here to see. Beautiful. Up, and then you need a string, huh? So it goes 6 decimal places maximum elapsed second. Yep. This format. What is embedded? Okay. Now, and then we need to use as a defer function. Really like this. And then we do defer low. Go. I would like also to make this dynamic somehow, but who knows. Yep, perfect. Muy bien. Fantastic. Next. So we have a time thing. Let's see if it works before move on. Oh, is it save or not? Save it. Controller. Now, the only thing it does not make much sense is that now the Auth controller is doing the registration. We check this later. I don't want to check this now. Okay, so account Auth service. See container. Just call register like that, randomly, with no expectation. Right, that's correct. Come on. Alright. Why is not going back? That's a nil. Hold on. Where is my log? But there is no log. Oh, right. I'm doing this wrong. I need to call it. It's not enough. Right, that's why I wanted to check this immediately. Because then later on I won't be noticing this stuff. Yep, operation finish. There's a proper name. Starts and an elapsed time. Nothing. So probably took longer to call the Now I want to pass one variable. So what information do we have now from the request? We have the username and the password, right? At a certain point we need to, let's write here, hardcore code global as auth provider source, right? But so let me explain. I need to explain this. So the moment these are the providers. The idea of using the provider having a sources and a type is that the type will define the type of authorization he has to go through, both for registration and authorization. The source, it's where we want it to be registered. It's a namespace. Global means global for the whole application or your own company. It's going to be hard-coded now. Just on the API, on the HTTP API, so external user, but from below the controller down the funnel of our application, we act and code as if we would accept this externally, so it's dynamic. Why? Is because at the moment I don't want to expose this field externally, because I don't know how it's gonna go. I don't know if I'm doing something silly, stupid with this. So I'm not going to expose this field. Internally, we do work as if it was exposed. So in case we need to expose it, we just need to really implement on the API and expose it and change the API, and a new API version and so on. And it's going to be an optional parameter, meaning that if it's not passed, we implicitly saying it's global. Okay? Simple. We could expose it really, because anyway, if you don't have it, you don't have a provider. If you post game one and you don't have it, it will error out. So maybe let's just expose it. But for now, we're just gonna record it. We'll see. Yeah, I need to expose it. There's not much else to do. Maybe let's do it now already. Yeah, you see I'm using the global. Yeah, let's do it. Create account DTO. Source string JSON source binding. Oh, I did this, no? Required. I did this, I think. Actually, I think it's optional. How do you do? Oh, man. I do the optional. I did this some time ago, no? Let's make it required. I will regret it, probably, but I don't care. It's not required for now. To be honest, I may want to make it at provide. I want to do a small check. It's gonna auth model. I need to ask. No. I'm doing this. I was confused with the provider type. No. We just pass it through. Let's say. Is it saved? Why is it not saved? Save it. Do it. Payload. Source payload. Source. No, that's not. Now, then we need to do a little change on this. Yeah. Perfect. It's done. We could pass the create account DTO really to the register. But no, we don't pass that. Because that's become from source username and password to source username and secret, and I don't want those things to be messed up. So, and there's not a lot of values. So we're going to do source string username. It actually becomes from this context credential. Oh, and it's no register. Register by username. But it's still called credential and secret string. Hold on a second. Yeah, yes, correct. So this already credential. We pull up the to-do. pull out the models. Auth model. Yep, you got it right. Requested disabled provider source. Name. No, it's not best, but let's do this for now. Yeah, no, need to do that. Copy this guy. Paste the name here. How are we doing? Auth model use. Come on, man. What are you doing? Context is not well, I mean, we give 5 seconds for now. Let's give yeah. Context cancel. Context with timeout. We passed the not original. Which we don't have, no? We need to pass the context down. And we do 8 seconds. Oh, I forgot to do a defer count, so yeah. Context, yep. And here we pass the context. Yep. If the provider is not enabled, oh, we need to start to create some errors. Var error provider is disabled. Errors new provider is not enabled. This is where we need to start returning stuff. Return error. Right. And then error. Or should we have to return more stuff? So, what's going on here? What am I doing wrong? Hmm. I just noticed one little thing though. Oh. Why I didn't think of this? Right, that's what I think. I need a new function. Because, yeah, I will need a provider ID. I'm not gonna do test for it. Let's go. Just go with the flow. Get provider. Kind of useless now, this provider, isn't it? Kind of useless. The provider is going to return. Come on. Why the fuck am I doing this? I could have just used this. Right, and this guy now does. Mhm. What is the problem here? I'm useless now there. Oh, slow. I think it was building because I changed some code. Alright, so we introduce a new method. Provider service added new method to get prov. Okay, so I'll close this one now. Provider or error. It's gonna put this function then. I know I'm gonna regret, but let's keep it as it is. Provider error. No. I need to. Context, source. service for Nakama. Alright. If provided is disabled, we return an error. This should be let's fix this stuff later, man. No. All this stuff should have been in a provider. Otherwise, what's the service? It's doing anything. Yeah, well, this. Tell you more. Boom. Should go here. Save this. Yeah. a bit what the hell we are doing here. Get a provider. If it's not error get provider. Seems about right. Get enable provider. Yep, now we're talking. This didn't make any bloody sense. Error. We get the enable provider, we don't log again, we just return the error. And get enable provider, what it does for us is get enable provider, checks if it's enabled. At the moment, this may be useless, redundant, but we'll see. For now, we keep it as it is. And once you have a clearer idea, we can go fix the tests. I think this will do. Let's see. Oba. Okay. Can I exchange? Another test. Oh, but no. Now error like at the end of the world happened because the controller in the controller you do this mess here. Right. This is one thing. Let's delete this mess. We don't need this anymore, don't we? Did it? I deleted it. I did it too much. Right. It's very near the edge of the editor. Test again. Okay, the end of the world. But if I do the other one, global, normal request. Global, it's a normal request. Good shit. Retest everything again. Status. Hit commit. I didn't commit yet, so account. See if I can do that this evening all in once, kind of. I may just be able to do all of these almost in once and do test kind of later. I need to speed up a little bit. Good, but now we can tell whether the provider is created or not. So at this point we have a provider. First step done. Come back in a moment. Okay, let's start to account Auth service. Of course, because there are too many open stuff. Open the side. The credential service. context. So let me think a bit. We're getting credential. If the credential is not null, say no, no, no. Duplicate credential. Instead, if the error is not null, we need to check. It's the type of error. If it's not found, which is something we want to check, then we error out. We're not going to error log in terms of in case of error because we are already logging. If it's not error not found, we definitely don't want to log if it's not found because not found is the happy path. So something that we wanted to happen. However, I would like to, for now, log at warning level, just because the application is new, that someone tries to create the already existing credential. So let's go. Here, warn. Attempt to create account using existing credentials. Right, so let's copy this. But now we also know the type, right? No, well, no. Let's use. What happened here? Sorry, no, we don't need the type of the source because we are inside the registerable username, so it's implicit, and we log. Oh, we don't, but now we do. Right, now we'll log that is implicitly registered by username. So the type must be username. Good. If we don't, yeah, okay. Let's see how it looks like so far. Okay. Okay. Let's use a credential that does exist, which is this one. Someone has... Let me actually create another request. Here, copy. And then we do this. So I'm expecting a catalyst error. Yahoo! Why? Error, why register an account? Registration error, credential already exists. Perfect, it works. So far so good. We are saying whether the provider exists or not, if the credential exists. And now we go to the heavy shit, which is we need to create a transaction, and this is where we stop a moment. I mean, we don't stop. I just want to amend. Test all. It failed. Why it failed? I do think I have a little flaky test that fails here and there, but let's pretend nothing happened. What did I want to do? I forgot what I wanted to do. Yeah, I wanted to check the experiments. No. CD project game example. Go example. Database, Postgre. Oh, I had another. I had an old one here that I forgot. I think. Doesn't matter. Focus. Please tell me there is a transaction here. GX error as pull begin text. First of all, am I using this anywhere? Where? Oh, fuck, I did it. Beautiful. I have a transaction method. and returns a transaction. That's why I remember I did something which implements dbdx. Amazing. Okay. So I do need to still roll back as usual and commit as usual. Fantastic. Okay, you know what, I a mistake opened this here. Can I move it? Yes, I can. Okay, so the option is to still pass it as usual. Another thing. Fuck. Okay. I need to also create a scope. Okay, let's go. TX. Error. S. Contain. Oh, no. What the fuck am I doing? Just notice one thing. We don't have the connector. We may need to pass the entire. Let's do it. It becomes a problem, innit? Therefore, we need to pass in the ports a connector to this guy. He wants a connector. SOP is nothing precious. A doubt. No, I can't do that. This fucks things up. Yeah, let's do it like that. Let's be brave. We need to fix some things then. Hope this is not gonna be a problem. Let me run the test very quick. Something will fail, no? Yeah, what's failing? Let me run it again. Pretty sure I missed something. I'm reading out the logs. Again, is this provider server test? I don't know. Okay, there is a flaky test 100%. It just sometimes. It looks every time I change something and he has to recompile and the test goes slower. That flaky test. There's a flaky test. Good. Well, we'll fix it. Next. I think fast. Think faster, mate. Think faster. Not too slow. What is this? Yeah, I was... Okay. I need to do a transaction. Nope. Okay. Tix R S TV transaction PGX TX options ISO level isolation level read committed. I think this is the good one, correct one. If error don't touch this. Database, I think, yeah. I need to create a new one. This should be correct. What? They cannot used. No, cannot use option value of struct type. Wrong import. Yeah, the wrong import. Okay. The curl not used. Fair enough. Okay, so now we need to defer to roll back. Defer func. We call this guy, and we should do dix rollback context. So the rollback returns an error. Let's error it. Let's never know. Better, especially in the beginning, log more than what you need. Don't want to have silent fucking errors around. So at this point, we have an error. We probably want to commit at this point, right? So if here is a happy path, let's do this already. tx commit context. We I'm not sure why I want to do this, but I want to do it for now. Because I don't know exactly how it's gonna log. So, now I don't want to lose this check. So it's good for later on. Don't forget the n plus this. Right. So we're gonna commit anyway at the end, right? They're pretty good on this. So to see how we implemented the commit in my project. Probably want to check the Postgres transaction. You should just rely on the normal underlying commit. It's just falling back to that. Good. For now, it's a noisy function, but it's meant to. It's meant to be. So here where we put the juicy part. Now, to remember we do S fuck. It's not a big deal if you don't do that, but I just remember one thing. For now, we're not gonna use the scope, huh? It's okay. William. Fuck. Of course. I just realized one thing. We don't have this shouldn't be for at least the credential service. Should be a function. Nope. Should be this guy. We go back here, don't worry. We do it again. And it's not a pointer. Why is it not? Oh, perfect. Oh no. This should do. Control is still good. What is not good is this one. What? No. Because a mistake. Mistake. Oh man, how many things? Okay. Oh. Okay. That's how it goes, this one. No, 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 no. Start to get... Start to get a little bit... Come on. So. Port. Oh, much better. Last thing, I need to fix the container. Um, it's not what I expect. No, hold on. It's not what I expected. Okay. I need to think about this through a little bit. The problem I cannot pass this. It's a moment where was the conversation with AI. Because, I mean, didn't really give me a solution there. So the problem I'm having now, and it's super, very annoying. I didn't think the fact that I cannot. I was meant to pass a provider function to the account service. So I forgot about this part. It's kind of my fault, really. Skill issues. Let's go here a moment. And to be honest, this should be the same. We were supposed to give providers dependency. This is a dependency provider, and it was meant to be a function. Well, look, we can. It's okay to have two. Right? This is like a singleton. Not the best, still. So that inside the function, it could call the credential service on demand and pass the transaction. What I did, however, it was to initially just create an instance. So I'm not really creating on demand. Let me think a second. I don't know. Let's think a moment. Let's think a moment, because now I'll need... Right. So first of all, we don't have a proper interfaces for this provider type, and it could be global, but for now, let's not fucking do that. We just one by one, I don't care. But I just had an idea, maybe. Because all we need to do a function that has this signature, right? Right. Let's go here and let's open the controller. Sorry, I meant the credential service. Then go here and we open the non-controller, the container. Let's do one thing. We know that this function is the correct one. Right? It's the correct one, even for unit test. However, it's been it's a method of the app container, and I don't want to pass a container. What if we create dynamically a function what am I doing? Yeah, we use what's called a closure. So we just do a function that for now follows Auth service condition servers. What the fuck, why not? Why not? What am I missing? Cannot use provider, C provider. Good, I think it works. It's a long ass name, looks like Java, but it's fine. Let's see. Fuck, I thought I would be stuck. No. What the fuck did I do? I did something, huh? What was that? What the fuck was that? Okay. Oh, I think we change the signature. What's that? Let's do it again. Container. So pointer app container is not container, identity container. is correct. As always. The error because credential already exists. So the credential repository. Oh, the credential repository is correct to load it using this provider function. And honestly, we need it only once. So let's do this. Because I want to discard it immediately, right? I don't use it for anything and I want to get confused. And so we don't need we may not miss, so we don't mistake with the other credential provider instance. So let's see again, and then with a duplicate account, and indeed works. If I now go with a new username, it's what error is it? Another exception occurred upon recording. Oh shit. So anyway, we have an exception. App logger. Let's do it again. I don't know what the fuck happened. Account of service 96. I may want to use the debugger for this. I don't know how I don't like how this has been printed at all. Need to fix this, huh? Super annoying. But okay, let's open this with the Python print. Is it pretty? There we go. Invalid memory address of nil pointer difference method. Okay. What? Let's give this to the AI. My energy level is low. Identity up container. No. All count service. This one. Because I didn't even use this functionality yet, so maybe completely wrong. No. Okay. Shush, duck. Not agent. I received the following. No plan. There you go. While the AI is cooking, I will still understand better this error log. Yeah, I already cooked out something. I need to start because I want to understand. Register by username. I think this is the service, like the this or self reference. And here is panicking. It's possibly the DB null. Yep, it is. That's why I'm pretty sure that is the problem. So let's just follow the same pattern here. In the controller, what is it? Yeah, let's keep it the same because I may want to use dependency injection for the tests. So we have this. Pretty sure that is the problem. The most nil thing I have right now. Let's not even use the AI because I know I'm right. Yeah, indeed. Okay, I'm right because the error is different and what I was expecting a little bit more. Nevertheless, let's just see, since I paid for this token, chasing a panic occurs. So the is nil. Happens because account service built in got encoded error. Not sure if you told me to just use the if else, but okay. Next error is error on TX rollback. The X is closed. Okay. New chat. I need to ask something. Nope. I'm asking this because I want to stock. I don't want to write all of this. When you ask, we can separate commit failure. Exactly. So exactly, you're already going towards the question I want to ask. To me, there is no obvious error here. The transaction is closed and is a common and okay error. So I would like you to show me a few error type because I don't want to go dig all the errors there is in PGX. Just tell me which error I should log and which one I should ignore. Also, currently the only one I'm checking is the PGX error TX commit rollback. Is it one that I'm supposed to check, you think, or just ignore? Thank you. Always better to say thank you. You never know. In the meantime, I wanted to see, because I was copying previously done code snippet, and yeah, I copied from here, so from my Go example repository. But let's see what it says. Before go ahead. Okay, sure, cool, nice. Now show me an example of with my current code with the changes that you are suggesting. Thank you. Oh, I didn't register. Thank you. That's really bad. Here is consist map tied with PGX3 version 5 owns definition and docs. Okay, so this is not something to ignore. Good to know. Opa, there was here more. Yeah, whatever, just show me the code, man. Okay, yeah. I think, not sure if I want to do this honestly, because yeah, this is better. I don't want to play around with this, because if we're not rolling back, it's gonna be a big fucking problem. So this is no need, an error is okay, let's do this. Okay, let's see what happens. We'll find out if it's a problem in some time in the future. Good. So first we need to do this improvement. Just copy this chunk. Boom. Let's see what we have. Save. So it formats. Error DB. Blah 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 blah. And error is. And it's not. Yep. We are good to go. We can eliminate the old code. Perfect. Next. And we return nil. So let's just copy. So wait, let me, because I want the highlighting here. GX commit. No nil. Oh well, it's much better than what I had, right? Okay, so if we just commit no. Oh, so the error was here, not here. Got it. So good shit. So let's see. Okay. Nice. Super fast. Fantastic. It's a production ready code, by the way. That's all. I don't practice. I'm going to hear it 50 times today. Huh? Boom. Create service from provider plus DB transaction. I forgot the odds. So, get status. Perfect. We're good to go. Next. Let's see if we can finish this before tomorrow. And then let's already do this. Create service takes. Okay. Account repository. Sure, it's good at test. We don't have a username, an email here, so don't. You know, yeah, let's create a username as a default, and then email explicitly nil. Hope we can do this. ED. We don't need this as what the fuck is going on? Cannot use a repository, no account. Really, we can't. What the fuck? Why? Okay. Why are you not, what the fuck is going on? Properly. If error. Nil. What do we do? What type of error we will return here? How can I in Golang check for two or multiple type of errors? One thing. What was I doing? You go under the zero line if you're still aware. Send in a wrapper. Okay. Just do two at the same time for now. This function is a mess anyway, so. So pretty much if to change all of this. This is not good. What is... Else, we're gonna log this. Checking if when there is an error, okay, I can just return, and since it's not hitting the commit, it's going to roll back instead. Makes sense, right? If there is an error, you roll back. So we can keep going. We're gonna keep going. Next, I need to create an account, a credential with this. Opening on this side the credential or repository, and this needs a little bit more juice to create account credential. This is the last step, actually. Oh, I was checking the wrong. A second. With the credential, account, and the provider. Perfect. Oh, and the secret. Fuck. Right. Forgot about the secret. Okay. Okay, passing the context. What we have here, the credential. We have the ID of the account. Provider, we pass the provider. Now the secret. Do we have the secret? Yeah, we have a secret over there. Secret. But just return, man. For now, return nil. You need to map all these errors somehow. Need to improve this. It's not good. But really, the improvement letter, I need to go faster. So fucking so. Oh, creating credential. Rolling back accounts. Just why not? Step. String ID. Account ID. It's going to roll back, but you never know. String ID. Oh no. If it's the UUID, you need to do string. Right? What's wrong? Okay, no, it's just a pointer, huh? So, right. We should have. Fine. So let's do the. Oh, come on. I don't know. So this is not good. There should be an error. We ignore it. I don't care. We pass account ID. Yep. Account ID. This is a pointer. We difference it. Right? So what do we do here? Here we're happy. After the commit, logger info created new account using username credentials. And here I want to log the world. But first we do sub string account ID I think it's int64, huh? Credential ID. Perfect. So what does that mean? We want to pass return string pointer, actually pointers. Pointer for a string should return a struct. Pointer to int64. int64. Yeah, too many structs around. This is good enough. More than 3 variables, you need to start to maybe think of a struct. So this function is terrible right now for my standards. That's okay. We can live with that for now. Especially by looking at how how fast I'm going or how slow I'm going. It's better start to move my. Where is it? Yeah, return nil. No. Nil error. Nil. Huh? What point of failure are there? Good. Right, so we can. I can try to create a account now. Fair enough. The controller did not change. Let me think. Where am I? Register username. Okay. We do account ID, create ID. Okay, like, come on, what the fuck are you doing? Okay, yeah. So, what do you mean? No phone DTO account. Required binding required. Huh? Hold on. What is returning? Good. So it works. Create a new account using username credential. Perfect. And if I do it again, I get an error now. Fantastic. But let's now change the username to a more a different one, not a more. Okay, create it. We should probably make some username. Let's get a bunch. Unexpected server error. That's fine. I think I'm happy with this results so far, and I'll continue tomorrow. But just to show that indeed we have this stuff on the database. Look at that. That was a few hours ago. This is now. So there's no rules in terms of how the username can be created for now, but it's really the big job has been done so far. So yeah, we have these accounts, and they will use the username as default, but the email, it's not in the account. Cool. So that's it for today. I'll just